Good afternoon, welcome back to East Midlands Airport, welcome back to the aeropark here at East Midlands Airport, streaming, I think getting to me already, streaming from our usual spot up here on the Mount. It's a very good afternoon to you, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Hopefully running through until a little later this evening, hopefully finishing the stream this evening with a departure of the One Air 747 as that makes its way out. About 20 to 9. About 20 to 9 that one is departing East Midlands. A few aircraft departing just ahead of us as we start the stream this afternoon. It looks like the next arrival is the Rhino Air service in from Grankin area. That one at 5,500 feet now, making its way down from the south, just across the south of the airfield. 09 operations this afternoon, so hopefully we should get some of those arrivals up close and of course in glorious sunshine this afternoon. Well, thank you very much for being with us. Starting a few minutes later to get set up, running behind in the heat as well, making sure everything stays as cool as it possibly can do. With the apron over there looking busy this afternoon. A few more aircraft in than we usually see on a Tuesday. 3 737s, the Rhino Air on the very end stand as well there. Well, end stand for the time being over on the remotes. Rhino Air at the front of the apron. A couple of Jet 2 aircraft just over to the left. There we go in the distance. The Rhino Air taxiing towards us and the Jet 2 on stand as well. So that Rhino Air isn't too far away from us now. About 4 minutes out, that one is making its way up towards Burton-on-Trent from the south. That one is 737 MAX, registration Echo India, India Hotel Alpha. Let's see where about this MAX is heading towards. Service off to Lanzarote this afternoon, right in front of us. Put my sandwich down for a few minutes, have that a little while. of heat haze around with us as well this afternoon. So around 30 degrees at the minute, I think, where we are. Aircraft in front of us and off to Lanzarote. Registration on that one, Echo India, India Golf Golf. That one is 2 years of age, January 2023. About 2.5 years of age then. Service from Gran Canaria turning on to final approach now. Been a while since we've seen these on 09. So hopefully we get some close-up departures today. See if this one holds short, then giving way to its counterpart, making its way down towards us on final approach. Make a few more adjustments. There you go, it's a bit better. I think it's going to be quite warm for a while this evening. Definitely no coat needed this week. Get that one eaten first before it melts. The Rhino Air holding in. And that inbound aircraft just coming into sight. That one is obscured by the sun, unfortunately. Once it gets a little bit closer, we will pan around and catch that one as it arrives into East Midlands. Flight time on that one is about 3 hours and 35 minutes. And that aircraft just a couple of months younger than its counterpart in front of us, April 2023. That one first entered into service. Right, melted Snickers dealt with. Let's have a look at that aircraft on final approach then. Landing into East Midlands this afternoon, the Rhino service in from Gran Canaria. Safely touching down, but with a bit of a bump. And that next service in making its way towards us now. A lot of heat radiating off the skin of that aircraft. Should be making its way straight out in front of us. And then we'll have a look at the next arrivals and departures into East Midlands this afternoon. And the Jet 2 service in from Tenerife is making its way down towards us from the north. And a service out to Burgas. That one on the edge of the apron there, ready to start taxiing. Wow, it's intensely warm out here at the minute. There it goes then. Continuing down runway 09, a Rhino Air service off to Lanzarote this afternoon. See just how bright it is in the distance over there. The very end aircraft, that Jet 2 service off to Burgas, waiting to make its way out on the taxiway. That Rhino service in from Gran Canaria is just taxiing in front of it. So it should be on its way down to us in the next few minutes. And just at the rear of the stand as well. Jet 2 aircraft there on the right, facing away from the rear of the stand. That one is off to Heraclion. Registration on the outbound to Heraclion, then Golf Delta Romeo Tango Charlie. And on the Burgas service, Golf Juliet Zulu Bravo uniform. Next inbound then is that service in from Tenerife. And good afternoon to everybody in the chat. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Good to see you, good to have you with us again. Right now, service making its way onto stand then. Try and grab some of this sandwich before that next arrival if I can. Get some data on that one then. Jet 2 service in from Tenerife then. Golf Delta Romeo Tango November is the registration on that one. Flight time by the time it reaches of about 4 hours and 12 minutes. That one just coming into sight on final approach. That's it, before it gets warm. So then at the next arrival to make its way in towards us. So it's very bright out there at the minute, but there it is. Not much wind with us this afternoon. Tiny breeze. Other than that, pretty much still. Just touching down then into East Midlands. That jet 2 service in from Tenerife. Looks like the Vulcan Air may be making its way in as well. UK National Police Air Service Vulcan Air. Service off to Burgas though, making its way down on the taxiway. It's a bit better with that breeze. Jet 2 Boeing 737-800. That one is 17 years of age, entering service in 2008. Vulcan Air just coming into view. Let's see if we can pick that up as it makes its way down towards us. There it is. Tiny dot in the sky out there. Should be a very steep turn down in towards 09. Go and on the approach. Very slow descent into 09, then after that steep turn, there it is, safely just about landing in into 09. That jet 2 service off to Burgas then in the distance. Before we do make just a tiny adjustment, help us out a little bit. There you go, I think that should help. I think we're going to be against the weather this afternoon. Still should be quite busy. A number of aircraft departing just as we were starting to set up this afternoon. 3 aircraft outbound from East Midlands. Looks like still a number over there on the apron, ready to make their way down towards us. Katie, good afternoon to you. Hope you're keeping well. Richard as well. Kieran and Liam. Liam, thank you very much for the commentary on the arrivals and departures again. Emma, good to see you in the chat. Sam, Hazel and Rollo as well. Jeff, thank you for the compliment and feedback. Ready to make its way out then, the jetty service to Burgas this afternoon. Goes the 747 in the distance then. Hopefully seeing that one departing out this evening, about 20 to 9 that one is due to depart. Now we've seen a few delays to the 747 services over the past couple of weeks, mostly staying on time. So we'll see if that aircraft does indeed make its way out down towards us a little later on this evening. Next aircraft to depart then is that Jet 2 aircraft making its way off to Heraclion this afternoon. Golf Delta Romeo Tango Charlie is a registration 737-800. This one is 19 years of age, 2006 this one first entered into service. Now the DHL 777 making its way in from Dubai. That one is about 7 minutes out now, just turning over city centre of Leicester. She'll watch the jet off to Heraclion out first though, and get a bit more detail on that 777 as it makes its way towards us. Try to see if we can see that one in the distance down towards the south as it makes its way up towards us. It's making its way down towards its rotation point. Service to Heraclion. Entering the runway then. Nothing on radar for this one just yet. Just a small twin prop. Like the Caravan making its way out. Golf Romeo Victor Lima Alpha. Nothing picking up for that one unfortunately, but usually making its way over to the Isle of Man. Should hopefully see in a few minutes once that one registers on the radar. Well, our radar's in front of us anyway. As that one waits for takeoff clearance. The 777 making its way down towards its registration Golf Delta Hotel Lima Whiskey. That one in from Dubai. Flight time will be around 6 hours and 53 minutes. Making its way down to about 5,000 feet. It goes lifting away. Now that 777 should be upon us in the next few minutes. For the time being, let's have a look over on the DHL apron. 767 there on the front of the apron. One in the Mountain Bongos livery. Right, let's keep a lookout for that 777 then. And good afternoon to everybody joining us in the chat as well. Good to have you with us. We are waiting the arrival of that 777 in the next few minutes. For the time being, let's have a look across over at the main apron. Number of aircraft still with us this afternoon. The Rhino Air 737 on the end stand over on the remotes. That one with its forward stare still extended. And a G aircraft there as well. Still got all three on stand at the minute. Hopefully seeing those depart a little later. The 777 has just started its turn on to the final approach. I'm not sure if we'll be able to make that out in the distance. It's still extremely bright. Get some of that light knocked out. There it is. Making that turn and establishing itself on the approach 409. That landing gear still yet to extend. Hopefully that bird moves out of the way. There it goes, that landing gear extending. Gradually making its way down towards us. Andy and Jack, good to see you this afternoon. Six hours and 56 minutes then, by the time it lands in with us here at East Midlands. There it goes then, making its way over threshold 409. Triple seven in from Dubai, landing in with us then. We'll catch up with that one in just a few minutes once it exits 09 and makes its way back up towards us on the taxiway. And in about 25 minutes time, the next 777 making its way in from Delhi should be with us. That one is the Aerologic 777, registration Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Juliet. That one is passing down through 24,200 feet at the minute. Flight time in from Delhi, about 8 hours and 45 minutes by the time it reaches us. Nothing making its way out down towards us just yet. Looks like the 777 is the next inbound, closely followed by the Rhino Air service in from Girona. That one is about 25 minutes out. Echo India India Juliet Zulu is a registration on that aircraft. 27,000 feet is its current altitude, making its way towards us at 416 knots. That RVL is now pinging up, no destination on that one just yet. We'll see if we see that one return in a little while. With a 777 is making its way back up to back up towards us now. You can definitely smell the tyre smoke. that 777. Finish off the first half with a sandwich anyway. Before it gets disgustingly warm. There it is in the distance, making its way towards us then, that service from Dubai. Try and get a closer look if we can. So it makes its way a little closer to us. Watch this one onto its stand and have a look at those next arrivals and departures into East Midlands. So that 777 isn't too far away from us now. Just south of Bedford at the minute, about 20 minutes out. Continuing a little further then, down the taxiway. I thought I was going to turn there for a minute. Reflection off of those aircraft this afternoon. See, that sun is quite intense where we are at the minute. Let's see if anything interesting comes off of this aircraft this afternoon. Seen that Rolls Royce a couple of weeks ago. Quite a journey that one had. The breeze is with us this afternoon, just for a little while anyway, taking some of that heat away with it. There it goes, turning onto its stand then. That service arriving in from Dubai. Sounds like maybe a little bit of movement over there on the main apron. I'll have a look around in just a couple of minutes. Let's see if we can get a bit closer to that 777 there. Now, heat haze over there in the distance gives an indication just how warm it is this afternoon. Where we are. So nothing pinging up departing as of yet, but the tube service off to Kos is estimated to depart just before 22:05. So in the next 5 or 6 minutes we should start to see that one pinging up. Rhino service to Alicante, that one is estimated to depart at 5:30 now, about 40-minute delay on outbound service this afternoon. Tube service to Dublin 4:55 and a tube service to Rhodes at 5:05. Jet tube service off to Palma, that one is estimated to depart at 5:15. And it looks like we have one of the Rhino Air challenges in with us again. That one with an estimated departure time of 6:15 this evening. Not too sure if that one is on the ground just yet, or if that one is making its way towards us this afternoon. But that one is expected to depart a little later this evening. That one is making its way back down to Stansted. The Rhino Air service to Malaga 5:06, and the Palma service at 5:06. 777 is making its way out to Leipzig. That's the Aerologic 777. 6:55, sorry. And the Rhino service to Valencia at 7:30. 7:35 is that Rhino service to Wrocław. And the one Air 747 with an estimated departure time this evening of 8:40. So a likely end with that service, as long as it stays on time, as long as we stay in power. So see how quickly the batteries last this afternoon through into this evening. Hopefully it should last a little longer than I expect. So aiming to catch that last 747 departing from East Midlands. Let's have a look at those arrivals then. Let's take a quick look over on the main apron, see if there's any movement on the Chewy aircraft. Hopefully making their way out in the next few minutes. So not sure which one of the 3 aircraft is making its way out. I think it is the very most forward aircraft there in frame. So I should see that one starting to push back. Looks like the tug's in place anyway. But while that one is waiting to push back, let's have a look at those next arrivals. Rhino service in from Girona. That one is just a few minutes behind the Aerologic 777. That 777 expected to be with us in the next 10 minutes or so. Rhino service from Palma at 5:30 and the 767 in from JFK just before 6 p.m. Rhino service in from Dublin. Again, a very similar estimated arrival time as that New York service, just a minute before 6 p.m. And the Aerologic 777 for a change making its way in from Cincinnati. That one is expected to arrive with us just before 7 p.m. this evening. Looks like we've got another Rhino service in from Dublin. That one is expected to be with us at about 7:05, as well as the RVL service from the Isle of Man. The Rhino Air in from Wrocław at 7:10. Chewy service from Palma at 7:45. VPS service in from Philadelphia this evening is delayed by about 25 minutes. That one should be with us about 8:20. Rhino in from Faro at 8:10. 777 from Leipzig, very similar time, just after 8:10 this evening. And the DHL 767 from Reykjavik, that one with us just after 8:15. As usual, that service down from Aberdeen, the West Atlantic, 737-400, 8:25. That one is due to arrive with us, and we may just catch the arrival of the 767 from Belfast. That's the Maersk 767 just before, maybe just after the departure of that 747 this evening. The next aircraft to arrive with us then is the Aerologic, making its way in from Delhi. Flight time at the minute 8 hours and 38 minutes. It may fluctuate just a little bit as it makes its way down towards us, but currently passing excuse me, currently passing through 6,000 feet. 248 knots is its current speed. Registration again on this one, Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Juliet. Does look like a little bit of movement over there, well, around the vicinity of the aircraft anyway. Try and get that in a bit more focus, but firmly on its stand at the minute. So a quick spin around then and have a look at the rest of the apron. Rhino service to Dublin. Estimated departure time on that one 4:25. That one has now elapsed, unfortunately, given the sun. Just can't see the registrations on the back of those aircraft. But it should be one of three in with us this afternoon here at East Midlands, pushing back anytime soon. Making final preparations then to see that service out to Kos. And on our service to Dublin is now pinging up. It's definitely getting warmer and warmer out here. A bit better. 777 then making its way over towards Burton-on-Trent. I think, well, that 737 in the distance prepares to push back. Finish off the second half of this sandwich. Sorted. Stop that getting any warmer anyway. As you can see, some of the overheads making their way up towards Manchester in a little while as well. 777 on final approach then. So look in the distance, see if we can make that one out. Not quite just yet, still a little too bright out there. Wait for that one to get a little bit closer then, before we watch that down in towards us. Check all the levels and everything as well, make sure gonna be alright for the foreseeable. Looks like it. It's not so bad when it's warm with it. Cold with it saps the power from everything very quickly. Let's have a look then, back on final approach at that 777. There it is, you can just about make it out there. Oh, just about could anyway. There we go, change those settings just a little. There it is then, 777 making its way in from Delhi. Fortunately this evening that sun is right above us, and it is going to be for some time to come. Hopefully it should get some nice scenic shots once it starts to set in a little while. There it is, they're landing in this afternoon from Delhi, that 777. Catch that one in the next few minutes. Once it makes its way down towards us, if we just very quickly though pan back in the direction of the apron. There you go, both Rhino Air aircraft there. One pushing off stand, one making its way out towards the taxiway. The one making its way onto the taxiway first is that service to Dublin, and the one pushing towards the back of the apron. That one is off to Tenerife. Registration on the outbound though making its way towards us. Echo India, Echo Kilo Delta, that one is 737-800, 15 years of age, January 2010. That one first entered into service. The one pushing towards the rear of the apron, 737 MAX, Echo India, India, Hotel Alpha. Just over 2 years of age on that airframe. April 2023, that one first entered into service. Very slowly making its way towards us anyway. Looks like the Volcano is again making its way out. There it is. quickly making its way out down runway 09. Let's have a look in front of us then. That next departure making its way out to Dublin. Try and keep up with that one. See the glare reflecting off everything this afternoon is pretty horrendous. So even though there's no wind, or a lack of wind, it's still a bit too windy to have the umbrella up above us. There it goes then, turning towards us now. Aircraft making its way out to Dublin. Looking out to the south of the airfield. Keep an eye on that one, see where it heads off to. Ready to depart then. Rhino Air service making its way to Dublin. Goes roaring down runway 09. Let's quickly catch up with the Aerologic 777. There it is in the distance. Service in from Dubai, still on its stand. Nothing happening with that one just yet. See whereabouts this one heads off to then. We should be seeing that Rhino Air service in from Girona as well. Just a few minutes time. Yeah, that one is turning over Burton-on-Trent at the minute. We'll keep up with this 777 though. And the next aircraft making its way out from East Midlands is the Rhino Air service to Tenerife. 777 then making its way onto the taxiway. Let's very quickly pan around, have a look at that Rhino aircraft making its way out to Tenerife. few things there, just so I don't trip over them. Back on the aircraft though. See if this one takes a similar route in. Yeah, it definitely looks like just making its way on a little earlier then. Goes, no waiting around for that aircraft. Let's have a look back on the 777 over in the distance. There it is, firmly on stand, the ground crew making their way out around the perimeter of that aircraft. Our next arrival then in from Girona, just a minute or so away, over Donington Park at the minute. Flight time 1 hour and 50 minutes. Was making its way into East Midlands from Girona. The Rhino service touching down after an hour and 50 minutes in the air. Registration again on that one, Echo India India Julia Zulu. Due service off to Dublin, and then just before we have a look at the 777, let's have a look at that one as it pushes off stand. We'll get a closer look at that Rhino Air aircraft as it vacates onto the taxiway and makes its way back up towards us. A couple of minutes before we see that one again. Actually at the back of the stand there, apron, sorry, pushing off of its stand, starting its engines as it continues to push back. The Rhino service from Palma is about 30 minutes away. That one has just made its way northeast of Cherbourg. Echo India Echo Bravo Whiskey is the registration on the inbound. Vulcan Air making its way back towards us. That one is just southwest, it looks like, from the map of Ashby de la Zouche. so we may see that one return a little quicker than it intended. But the next departure is there right in front of us, ready to start taxiing out. Of course, the weather looking like it's going to be very nice over the next few days. The airport open as part of their summer schedule this Thursday, Saturday and Sunday. There's a link to their website in the stream description below if you want any further details on how to find them. The facilities and aircraft on static display as well. The Rhino Air making its way onto the apron. Heading to the very front of the apron. There it is, safely making its way in then. Very different weather conditions to when we got on that very aircraft just a few days ago. So I spent quite a few minutes waiting outside in the torrential rain, waiting to get on board that one. Chewy still on the rear of the apron. Anti-collision pinging away though, so should be making a move in the next few minutes. Vulcan Air looks like it is making its way back in. It is indeed on a very short final. So look then once again at that aircraft as it makes a turn towards us. Just in time as the Chewy has started its journey down towards us, commencing its taxi in the distance. There it goes, and the Vulcan Air landing back into East Midlands. Just a short hop out for that one. 14 minutes since it departed. It is back on the ground. Element service making its way down towards us. Good afternoon to everybody joining us in the chat. It's good to have you with us. Hopefully watching as well. I'll be keeping it a little bit cooler than I am at the minute. So extending its taxi and making its way a little further down the earlier departing Rhino aircraft. Ready to make its way on to 09 nevertheless. Here's that service to Dublin. Also starting up in the distance is the service to Kos. .737 giving way to the arriving Cessna 152. There it is. Still very high over the airfield as it continues its approach. Very nice, smooth touchdown there though, after a bit of a bounce. Safely vacating there then. 737 should be making its way on imminently. It is indeed. So from the 152 over to the 737. Let's go a little bit closer than if we can to that flight deck. Ready to make its way out, lined up there on the centre line. Continuing its takeoff roll. Just as that one lifts off behind the trees there, the next one is making its way towards us as well. There it is. It's even brighter in the distance. registration then on the Chewy to Cost. Golf Tango Uniform Kilo Victor. This one is 737-800. 16 years of age. 2009 this one first entered into service. Making its way down to the start of 09 then. Nothing on the approach just yet. It should be straight out with this one. Sounds like another aircraft starting up in the distance as well. So look what he's making its way down towards us next then. Here's the Chewy service to Rhodes. That one is just pushing off of its stand. Pointing towards the east at the minute. Should commence its taxi down towards us very soon. But first, aircraft in front of us making its way out to Kos. And the next inbound, that Rhino aircraft making its way in from Palma. That one is about 20 minutes out. Making its way up to Aylesbury, passing down through 22,500 feet. There it is, lined up on the centre line, ready to depart. There it is, safely making its way out. So look in the distance at that next departure. There it is, just hiding away there on the apron. That is the Chewy service making its way from East Midlands. Hopefully commencing its taxi in the next few minutes off to Rhodes. Just a little further further down on the apron there, the Jet 2 service to Palma as well. Registration on that one, Golf Delta Romeo Tango November 737-800. That one is 23 years of age, March 2002. That airframe first entered into service. And for the Chewy Golf Tango Uniform Mike Papa 737 MAX, May 2022. Just over 3 years of age on that airframe. Wow, that wind has definitely dropped and made it very humid now. Let's have a quick look in the distance then at the 777s. Aircraft making their way in from Dubai and Delhi. There are Logic 777 there, in from Delhi. That one commencing its unloading procedure. And in the distance, a little bit further away, the 777 there making its way into East Midlands from Dubai. It's good to have you with us, and thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. You're watching live flight action here at East Midlands Airport. A lot of heat haze there in the distance. You're going to be with us for foreseeable as well this evening. The Rhino Air 737 making its way towards us from Palma then. It is about 15 minutes out now, making its way down through 18,000 feet at 324 knots. Jet 2 though, it looks like it's just ahead of the Chewy, making its way out to Rhodes. .767 in from Kennedy is about 45 minutes out. That one is approaching the coast of Ireland at the minute. Looks like it's going to pass over Ireland into Northern Ireland and then make its way down past the most southern tip of the Isle of Man into North Wales and then across towards us here at East Midlands. Should be pretty much a direct route in this evening. This aircraft usually having to make a few turns over the north of Derby and Nottingham as well. But should be pretty much straightforward arrival in the next 45 minutes or so. We'll catch up with that one as he gets a little bit closer. The next arrival will be that Palma service. And the next departure quickly making its way down towards us. Hopefully a lot of the traffic staying with us for the next few weeks at least, as that summer schedule continues for a lot of the operators here at East Midlands. If you missed any of our previous streams, have a look back through the channel. We've been out here in pretty much all weathers over the past few months, streaming regularly from the aeropark at least twice a week. So if you don't want to miss any of our future streams, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button and the notification bell as well. Stay up to date with all of our action here down at East Midlands. So the Jet 2 just about to make its turn then, and we have just move a little further back. Pick up the cheer as well as that one continues its taxi down to the start of 09 this afternoon. Jet 2 holding short to 09 then. Nothing on the approach at the minute. So hopefully this one making its way straight out then. Nothing to hold it up. Goes safely lifting off there just behind the tree line, and the aircraft off to roads. There it is, waiting its turn. Bit of cloud covering us now. Stick with it though for the time being. A little bit more light in now. A bit of cloud making its way up from the southwest. Even a little bit of coverage this afternoon, a little bit of respite from the sun. Definitely helping my eyes anyway. goes then. Making its way off down to Girona then, that due service to Rhodes this evening. A 747 in the distance. If we can have just a bit of a closer look, you can just about see it there, and the West Atlantic 737 in that first Dash 8 livery. The one at 747 in the distance. We should see departing East Midlands at the very end of this evening's stream, making its way out at about 20 to 9 hopefully. As long as there's no delays to the outbound. Let's have a look at the 777s in the distance. Bit of cargo coming off back of the aircraft in from Delhi. Have a look for that next inbound then, making its way towards us. That one extending its approach ever so slightly, just east of Ashby de la Zouch. About 5 minutes out, making its way down through 5,000 feet at 210 knots. Is that Rhino Air service in from Palma this evening. Echo India, Echo Bravo Whiskey is the registration, 737-800. That one is 16 years of age, 2009 first entered into service. Flight time by the time it reaches us about 2 hours and 10 minutes. Let's have a little look further down then. 777 in from Dubai. Not much movement on that one just yet. A lot of haze in the distance as well. That sun really really harsh this evening. Right above the approach as well, so we'll try and get as good a shot as we can. I think it'll just be a little bit difficult to pick them up in the distance as they make that turn over Burton-on-Trent towards us. Definitely it looks a little more hazy than it was earlier. Keep our eyes open for any of the overheads making their way into Manchester as well. So fingers crossed we should see the A380 at some point. Doesn't look like a lot of RAF activity though over East Midlands. For the time being at least. If you missed last week's stream, last Tuesday's stream, we had a few days off. The typhoons making their way back over to Coningsby, heading directly above us, and the Voyager as well, fortunate enough to finally catch that one on the stream. So every time it passes overhead, the weather hasn't been as kind to us, very cloudy above. But the weather last Tuesday, very similar to this evening, although turning a little bit colder later on. But giving us the chance to see those 3 typhoons flying in formation, heading back over into Lincolnshire for the evening. So pan around across onto the apron, then before that next aircraft arrives in with us. Not a lot of aircraft left out there. Most of them already making their way out. It's the Jet 2 on the very front of the apron. Pan around. just a Rhino Air there on the very front of the apron on its stand. It looks like those next passengers are making their way on board though, so we should see some action from that one very shortly. The next arrival from Palma is on the approach. Nothing visible just yet. That one is making its way down through 2,300 feet. That's 167 knots. .767 in from Kennedy is about 35 minutes out. That one is just about to leave the coast of Northern Ireland, make its way over the Irish Sea, passing by the most southern tip of the Isle of Man, and then once it passes by that most southern tip, cross down into North Wales and then in towards us here at East Midlands. The Rhino service making its way from East Midlands into Dublin. That one is almost. Thank you very much. That one is almost arriving into Dublin, about 10 minutes out. Not sure if we'll see that one back this evening. I think that was one of two aircraft making their way across to Dublin. That cloud then making its way in front of the sun. Hopefully we should be able to make out that next arrival then. There it is. So it's extremely bright out there in the distance. But after a 2 hour and 11-minute flight, finally about to touch down back into East Midlands then. Safely touching down. So a quick check on the progress of the next Rhino aircraft to depart. Doesn't look like any more passengers making their way onto the rear of that aircraft. Sure if we'll be able to pick up this overhead with the Virgin Atlantic making its way above us this evening. There it goes. Not too bad with a bit of cloud coverage we've got at the minute. And this shield is going to burn off very quickly though. Off it goes behind the trees. Up steam in the distance with the bird scarer. A lot of bird activity around the airfield again this evening. And they go making their way down the runway breeze taking some of that heat away then. And the sun finally being blocked out by the cloud above us, making everything a little bit more visible in the distance. And the Palma service making its way back towards us on the taxiway, so we'll pan around in that direction. And there it is, very gradually making its way up towards us. And let's see whereabouts this one makes its way onto stand this evening. While we do, we'll have a look at the next departure from East Midlands, the 5:55 service to Malaga. Is the one at the very forward of the apron this evening, and the aircraft inbound from Palma, that one is making its way back out to Palma at about 6:05. Doesn't look like we'll see the Rhino Bombardier Challenger till about 7 PM this evening. That one arriving in from Stansted. Sorry, departing out to Stansted. This may well be it on the approach. Let's have a look. Definitely looks like the Bombardier Challenger there. Different routing though, that one with the routing up to Prestwick. Mike Alpha, Sierra Bravo Alpha. Here's the registration now on the Challenger. So that one is pinging up with an estimated departure time of 7 PM this evening. However, that may change ever so slightly. Keep an eye out for it though. That one arriving into us this evening though here at East Midlands. More than likely ferrying crew around. Should appear on the rear of the apron just a few minutes time. That one delivered in April of this year. Just vacating 09. Let's check back in a few minutes then as that one gets a little closer to us. 767 at the front of the DHL apron. Still with his upper cargo door open this evening. That one off to Cincinnati just before 9 PM. About 10 to 9 that one is scheduled to depart East Midlands. Still a few more hours for that one on the ground. Let's check on the arrival of the 767 from Kennedy. That one is almost about halfway of the Irish Sea, making its way down towards us, about 25 minutes out. And the Alveolar Cessna is making its way back down towards us at 5,100 feet. Looks like we've got a Cessna 152 as well approaching us from the north. That one just west of Castle Donington. Let's pan around in the distance then, if this wasp will allow me to move. Thank you. There it is, the Bombardier Challenger, operated by Rhino Air. A number of times we've seen this one into East Midlands. First time I think towards the start of the year. It was one of his very first few flights. Oh, the sun beaming through very harshly again. And there it turns, and there I think it will wait. Maybe a little further forward. There we go, ready to either transfer some crew into East Midlands or from East Midlands this evening. And the 152 just creeping in. Bit of a squeak there as it touched down. Safely making its way back in. Definitely a lot brighter over in the distance this evening. At least the heat's dissipated ever so slightly. Not as hot as it was about 45 minutes ago. There he goes, safely disappearing behind the hangar there, off towards the maintenance area. Challenger on the rear of the apron. A little bit further across. Looks like that Rhino aircraft is starting up. The one off to Alicante this evening. Registration Echo India Juliet Zulu. Service in from Kennedy, about 25 minutes away. action over on the DHL apron at the minute. Just the 2 777s still offloading. Hopefully a little bit busier once the Kennedy service arrives in with us. The Airlogic 777 on the Cincinnati route this evening. Delta Alpha Alpha Lima uniform is their registration on that inbound 777. That one is about an hour and 13 minutes out. Still over the Atlantic, making its way down towards Ireland. That one is going to progress over Northern Ireland, following a very similar routine to the Kennedy service. And UPS 767 in from Philadelphia. That one is about 2 hours and 35 minutes out. 37,000 feet is the current altitude of that aircraft, cruising at 512 knots. At November 357 uniform Papa is its registration. Let's have a look over towards Europe then, over Germany at the minute. The Rhino service in from Wroclaw at 38,000 feet, 407 knots. That one is currently cruising at about an hour and 18 minutes out. The RVL Caravan making its way down north of the airfield. That one about 10 minutes or so out. 1600 feet. That one is currently at 215 knots is its speed. So that one has been on a bit of a trip up towards Goole this afternoon. They're making its way back down towards us. The Alicante service still at the rear of the apron there. No movement on that one just yet, assuming that is waiting slot with air traffic. The Challenger just a little further around. You see the crew at the opposite side of the aircraft there. So I think we're fortunate enough to see all of Ryanair's, well, say executive aircraft fleet into East Midlands. Definitely crew transfer aircraft anyway. Andy, no, nothing above us at the minute. So the parasol is, or the umbrella should I say, it's in its bag at the minute. A little bit too windy earlier. Everything else is safely covered up as it can be. And to be fair, I'm covered up quite well this evening. It's just a little bit too windy to safely have the umbrella up above us this evening. It's not too bad at the minute though, with the cloud blocking out a bit of that sun. A little bit intense earlier. Alicante service making its way down towards us then. And this one not looking in too bad a shape. Well, still for a relatively young aircraft anyway. Just a year of age, July 2024. Flying out on this one just under a week ago. So it's a little bit dirty inside. Nothing you don't see on many aircraft in service. Very quiet for an aircraft. RVL landing in just before the Rhino Air makes its way out. Safely touching down into East Midlands. Waiting its turn is the service to Alicante then. Just holding short of 09, ready to make its way on. Ready to depart then, lining up on the centre line. We're on out off to Alicante this evening. Safely away there. Let's have a quick look on the apron there. No movement on that Challenger just yet, but the RVL Caravan is there in the distance, making its way down towards us. Let's see if this makes its way off of the taxiway down onto the RVL stand, or if it indeed continues towards the DHL apron. 152 as well, ready to depart. It is indeed making that left-hand turn. Should be an immediate right turn. There it goes, heading in towards its stand then, making its way back into East Midlands after a short flight out. About an hour and 50 minutes or so. Those engines throttling down. Very slowly coming to a stop. So look at the 152 then. There it is, ready to depart East Midlands. Giving way to that Rhino Air aircraft. Just holding short, waiting for that wake turbulence to clear before it enters the runway. 767 is about 5 minutes out now, passing down through 5,700 feet. 238 knots is its current speed. Registration again on that one, Golf Delta Hotel Lima Kilo 767 300. Now that one, the freighter variant. Mark, good evening to you. Hope you're keeping well. Good to see you again. And there it goes, the 152. Making its way out just before the 767 arrives in with us. And away it goes, just rotating there, just behind the tree. Next aircraft on the apron to depart then. It should be that Rhino Air aircraft making its way out to Palma. 6:15 is the estimated departure time for the Challenger at the rear of the stand there. She wants a very quick crew transfer up from Stansted. And if we have a look over to the remotes then, just at the other side of the terminal. The aircraft also getting ready to depart this evening. Although nothing pinging up for that one just yet. May well be stopping for the evening. So nothing with that registration currently pinging up, but that may well change. Kennedy service not too far away from us then. That one is just making an appearance in the distance, and the sun is just starting to make its way through the cloud again. Just under 6 hours and 20 minutes over from JFK into East Midlands. We'll try our very best to catch this one on the approach if we can. I think it may may just be a little too bright in the distance. Catch up with that one then in a couple of minutes time once it gets a bit closer towards us. But looks like that 737 is ready to make its way out this evening. So hopefully pushing off of its stand in the next few minutes and then making its way down towards us. The Aerologic 777 in from Cincinnati should be with us in about 50 minutes time. That one is slightly delayed by about 20 minutes or so this evening, landing in with us just before 7 p.m. Rhino Air service in from Dublin just after 7 p.m. along with the Isle of Man service operated by RVL. And the Rhino 737 in from Vraslav. That one is making its way towards us. That one also estimated to be with us at about 7:05 this evening. So about an hour away from those three services reaching us here at East Midlands. Let's have a look back on the approach and see if we can pick up that 767. There it is, knock a bit of that sunlight out. Passing down through 1,000 feet then at 143 knots in front of us. In from New York, DHL 767, registration again on this one, Golf Delta Hotel Lima Kilo. Gliding down the runway then, touching down safely a little further in the distance. That's 767. I'll catch up with that one just a few minutes time then. Once it vacates and commences its taxi back towards us, that Challenger should be departing in the next 10 minutes or so then from East Midlands. That one looking like it's making its way back down to Stansted. And the Rhino Max there over on the stands. He's off to Malaga this evening. That one delayed though by about well, just over an hour and 10 minutes. 7:15 this evening. The original estimated departure time was 5:55. About an hour and 20 minutes. That one is delayed by this evening. So the sun's not too bad now, getting a little lower in the sky, so a bit of that light dispersing ever so slightly, or being dispersed by the clouds over to the west. The 767 and making its way back down towards us then. Should be making its way past those trees just a few seconds. And the Challenger making its way out a little ahead of schedule. And it goes leaving the apron there. See if it sneaks in just before the 767. It is indeed turning onto the taxiway just before the DHL 767 approaches the main apron. Keep track of this one then for the next few minutes as it makes its way down towards us. Aircraft passing overhead as well at the minute. British Airways 777 off to Toronto. Just coasting its way through the cloud above us. There we go, a bit of a better view. April of this year, this one was delivered into Rhino Air. So about 4 months old. Seven 767 quickly approaching. We shall keep ourselves on the Challenger for the time being. Falling short of 09 then. If we pan across very quickly. There's the 767 in from Kennedy, making its way towards its stand for the evening. There he goes then, taxiing on to 09, ready to make its way out of East Midlands, back down to Stansted. Off it goes away nice and early there. Let's see if we can pick it up just behind the trees. Just above there it is. Escaping very quickly from East Midlands then this evening. Safely away, heading back down to Stansted. Off it disappears, just about to lose it then. And away it goes. Right now, challenger there. Let's have a look here in the distance. That 767 is pulling in onto stand. Just made its way in onto its stand actually. Those engines closing down now. Next, a Rhino Air aircraft to depart, pushing off of its stand. Engines starting up in the distance, ready to commence its taxi down towards us. So that one departing off to Palma. Registration Echo India Echo Bravo Whiskey. That one a 737-800, 16 years of age. 2009 that one first entered into service. And good evening to everybody in the chat as well. Thank you very much for being with us this evening. Those next arrivals not too far out then. About 50 minutes or so for the Rhino in from Wrocław. That one is making its way over to Rotterdam in a minute. And just under 50 minutes for that 777 making its way in from Cincinnati. That one is just about to reach the coast of Ireland, making its way over Northern Ireland and then down past the Isle of Man into North Wales and then straight down into East Midlands. The next departure though is in front of us, waiting to commence its taxi. Logic 777 on the ground here with us at East Midlands with an estimated departure time 5 to 7 this evening. So in the next 40 minutes or so that one should be making its way out. Hopefully just before that Cincinnati service makes its way down in towards us. Helps team on the runway again with the bird scarers. Not many birds left around at the minute. quite sparse for a change. But that Rhino Air is starting to taxi out now. Not very far away at all from hitting our next target of 4,000 subscribers then. Just 2 away this evening. So thank you very much to everybody who's watched us for the first time this evening and supported us. And thank you very much to our returning subscribers and members as well for your continued support. Let's see if we can hit 4,000. So we will have a look for some of those aircraft passing overhead as well. Hopefully catching the A380 again this evening on its way into Manchester. Just the Rhino 737 in front of us for the time being though. Oops, let's keep up that one. So the A380 heading into Manchester, currently over Liège. That one is about 55 minutes out from Manchester, so about 30 minutes out from East Midlands. So we'll try our very best to catch that one in the distance if we can. So with the weather as it is, it shouldn't be that difficult. Just depends on how forgiving the sun is. So almost ready to turn on to 09 then. And there he goes. So nothing on the approach, straight onto the runway, lining up on the centre line, hopefully departing straight out. Shining away then. Ready to make its way from East Midlands. Rhino Air service off to Alicante this evening. And there we go, just starting to rotate as it made its way behind the tree line there, safely making its way from East Midlands. So just the jet to 737, the very back of the apron, and that Rhino service to Malaga, departing in just under an hour's time. So look, see if there's any movement on that Rhino to Malaga. There's indeed a few people making their way on. We're hoping to get away a little bit early then, if they can manage to acquire an earlier slot. Alright, a quick drink. So look at some details on that service making its way out to Malaga then this evening. If it loads up, come on. There we go, registration then on the aircraft out in front of us, heading off to Malaga, Echo India Juliet Bravo 737 MAX. This one just a year of age. Hopefully making its way out in the next 30 minutes. 152 we saw departing a little while ago, making its way back down towards us now. There it is, the sun firmly behind it now. There you go, safely touching back down into East Midlands. Right past the Malaga service there. Disappearing then in just a few seconds off behind the hangar there, in towards the maintenance area where the flying school is located here at East Midlands. There we go. So look back at that 737 MAX then, as those passengers continue to board this evening. Not a lot of military traffic in the vicinity this evening, so a lot of it's further down towards the south, the vicinity of Burgas Norton. Nothing making its way towards us from either direction for the time being. A 380 then, not too far out, just about to enter into just leave Belgium, I think, and make its way across to us. That one currently at 40,000 feet, at 441 knots. Hopefully that will approach quite close to the airfield this evening as it makes its way up towards Manchester. Not sure what direction that will be, either a westerly or easterly approach towards East Midlands. Hopefully it should pick that up as it passes by. Let's have a look then at those next aircraft making their way in towards us. The Aerologic 777 from Cincinnati, that one is just about to leave the coast of Northern Ireland, making its way across the Irish Sea over into North Wales and then down in towards East Midlands. The RVL in from the Isle of Man, that one is about 35 minutes out, departing about 10 minutes ago now. Currently holding its altitude at 9,000 feet, 218 knots as that continues its route towards us. Those last passengers making their way on board the Malaga service in the distance. The sun gradually getting lower and lower. Still quite intense though, the heat this evening. Still a bit of a breeze blowing towards us, taking some of that away. Apart from that, not a lot of wind at all. Check all of our levels and make sure we're alright for the foreseeable. So that will be okay. Everything in the green. So hoping to catch the departure of the 1AS747 after Hangzhou this evening. That one with an estimated departure time of about 20 to 9. So in just a couple of hours that one should be making its way down towards us. And for a change, starting its takeoff roll right in front of us. It's been quite a while since we've seen the 747s take off on 09. Seen a few of them land in. And of course, rolling out right in front of us, having landed on 27, but quite a long time since we've seen them start up or start the takeoff roll on 09. So it should be quite loud, quite a good sight as well, with the sun right in the distance this evening. So if you want to see that, stick around for the next couple of hours. So I don't think the schedule on that one has changed as such. I think the wind direction has changed ever so slightly, but looks like we're on a 09 operations for the foreseeable. Yeah, still pinging up with an estimated departure time of 8:40 this evening. Just before that, the Rhino service to Wrocław, that one is estimated to depart at about 7:35, so in the next hour or so, and the Rhino service to Valencia at 7:30. The Airlogic 777, that one is making its way over to Leipzig, hopefully giving its stand up to the inbound Airlogic 777, that one arriving from Cincinnati this evening, in a change to the usual DHL liveried 777. The Leipzig service estimated to depart then in the next 25 minutes. Looks like the final passengers at the rear of that aircraft now, waiting to make their way on board. Let's just have a quick look then at the progress on that 777 in the distance. There it is. So it looks like it's quite empty towards the rear of that aircraft. Cargo making its way back on board this evening, ready to make that journey over to Leipzig. The last passengers then waiting to get on board and take their seats. Maybe a few more headed that way. Yep, still a few more passengers yet making their way on board this evening. Well, thank you very much for being with us here at East Midlands Airport. Tuesday evening stream. Not streamed since last Tuesday, having been away for a few days. But back into the good weather. So nice a change from where we were last Tuesday when it was a little bit colder around this time. Still very much sunny. That wind really whipping that heat away. So there we go then, that rear door all closed up. Hopefully that forward staircase starting to be retracted anytime soon. Just those last passengers to make their way in. Triple 7 is 25 minutes out then. Just passing the Isle of Man, the RVL in front of it, that one is still 30 minutes or so. So it looks like the 777 will make its way past the RVL. That one will be the next aircraft to arrive into East Midlands. And the next aircraft to depart is that 737 in front of us. There's last passengers there on board now, so the crew are ready to retract those stairs, close that forward door. So not as bright as it was in the distance a little earlier, and cloud still covering the sun Well, ever so slightly covering it anyway, providing a bit of a nice shade for the time being. Still very hazy down towards the south. The Rhino Air in from Wrocław is about 30 minutes out. That one is making its way down towards Colchester at the minute, or the south of Colchester. Passing down from 37,000 feet then at 407 knots. Flight time on that one will be about 2 hours by the time it reaches us here at East Midlands. All very quiet for the time being. Just the two aircraft over on the main apron then. The Rhino Air service in front of us, and the Jet 2 at the very rear of the apron. Doesn't look like that one is moving at all this evening, and nothing scheduled to depart. Not until tomorrow morning. Looks like the first Jet 2 service out is to Alicante just before 7 AM. Not too long to wait until that next arrival makes its way in towards us. The 777 making its way across from Cincinnati this evening. 13 years of age on that airframe, February 2012. About 13 and a half years then of age on that airframe. February 2012, that one first entered into service. Making its way from Frankfurt over to Leipzig, and then Leipzig to Cincinnati yesterday. Making its way back into East Midlands this evening from Cincinnati. Flight time just over 6 hours and 50 minutes by the time it reaches us. That one is passing down through 27,000 feet now at 470 knots. So already starting its descent in towards East Midlands, just a little shy of North Wales, over Liverpool Bay at the minute. Looks like that one is going to head directly over Liverpool down towards Stoke-on-Trent, and then from there down in towards East Midlands. Should be a pretty much direct route this evening, being on 09. And as long as that sun stays as it is, we should be able to catch that one turning in onto final as well. Oh, with a bit of luck. The Rhino service making its way back from Dublin then. That aircraft on the ground at the minute, looks like it's starting up over there, ready to push back. Echo India Echo Kilo Delta is the registration on that one. The quite short flight time, about 35 to 40 minutes as it makes its way in this evening, so it should be departing quite soon. The Chewy service from Palma, that one is about an hour away now, over France at the minute at 38,000 feet, 483 knots is its current speed. Golf Tango Uniform Mike Foxtrot, the registration on that one, 737 MAX-8. That one is 6 years of age, February 2019, that one first entered into service. So about an hour out for that one. And that Faro service is about an hour and 50 minutes out now. Departing Faro about 40 minutes ago. Just a little above 38,000 feet at 516 knots. Nine Hotel Victor Uniform November, the registration on that one, 737 MAX. 3 years of age, October 2021, so about 4 years of age then. 3.5 years of age on that airframe. Still a little while though before that one reaches us this evening. That forward stair not retracted yet on the Malaga service in front, presumably still waiting for their slot this evening, keeping that door open, a bit of airflow through that cabin. Still about 35 minutes or so before that one departs. A little eager to get away this evening, I think, with everybody on board, everything closed up. As soon as that slot becomes available, I think this one will be making its way down towards us for a very rapid takeoff. So look in the distance then at the progress on that airlogic 777 before its counterpart makes its way into us this evening. 767 there from Kennedy. 757 on the next stand. And there it is, the 777. Still with a bit of work to complete on that one before it closes. Let's have a look then for the A380 making its way up to Manchester. That one just behind the arriving service from Wrocław into East Midlands. The 380 just east of Southend on Sea. It's about 25 minutes out, 20-25 minutes before that one is going to make its way past us. Now, on its current trajectory, it looks like that may be passing to the east. So we shall keep our eyes peeled in the next 20 minutes or so for that one appearing. I'm not too sure if we'll pick this one up or not. But arriving into Manchester, looks like we may be a little bit too ambitious with that one. Yeah, maybe a little bit too ambitious. The Bangladeshi 787. That one just passing a little too directly overhead to pick up. And a bit difficult to pick up behind it as well. Heading straight into the sun there, unfortunately. Oh well, I'll try with the next one. Doesn't look like much cargo left to go on board that 777 though this evening. That one with an estimated departure time of 6:55. It's about 10 minutes. Thank you very much. So look then on the departure of that 777 in front of us, still showing as 6:55 this evening. It may well change though. As I was saying, doesn't look like a lot of cargo left to go on board. Most of the smaller loads making their way on. Checking our power then for the rest of this evening stream. Everything looking good for the time being. The Logic 777 making its way down just south of Manchester Airport then. That one should be with us in about 15 to 20 minutes time. 21,000 feet, that one is currently making its way down through at 409 knots. And the 777 arriving in from Dubai. That one has completed offloading all of its cargo for the evening. Nothing more to make its way off of that aircraft. Let's have a look then at that service from Kennedy, arriving in just a short while ago. That one continuing to offload this evening. Still a bit of a wait for that Malaga service in the distance. Everybody probably very eager to get away. A bit of cold air through that cabin as well. Must be very stuffy on there at the minute. So, quick look overhead then. British Airways service making its way past us in the distance. There it is. 777, 24 years of age. There we go, passing overhead. The Rhino Air service to Malaga. Finally making its way out then. Very quickly retracting that staircase, closing that forward door. A little ahead of its rescheduled slot. Now the 777 just passing overhead there, off to Vancouver this evening in the Great Festival of Creativity livery. But after a bit of a lengthy delay then, the aircraft finally pushing back off of its stand, ready to depart from East Midlands. And the Aerologic 777 is just 10 minutes out now, north of Uttoxeter. That one is passing down through 10,000 feet at 303 knots. A little bit more forgiving with that sunlight now. Not really hitting so much over that aircraft skin. It's a little bit softer on the lighting over in the distance. Hopefully making for some nice scenic approaches, especially with the arrival of that 777 in the next few minutes. RVL in from the Isle of Man, still about 15 minutes out. Triple seven overtaking that one. And the A380 just south of Northampton. So we'll hopefully see that one and make its way overhead just after the 777 arrives in with us. The temperature definitely dropping off a little now, making it a bit more pleasant. But it's good to have you with us, and thank you very much for joining us here at East Midlands Airport this evening. You're watching Live Flight Action. Jane, good evening to you, and Joby Marshy. Daz as well. Phil, good to see you all in the chat. Thank you very much for joining us. Alan, good to see you as well. And Ben, a little earlier on, thank you very much for joining us this evening. Now, 777 should be making its way down on the approach, just turning north or towards us from the north of Burton-on-Trent, so it should be on final approach quite a way out. Nothing that I can see by eye at the minute. Sun in the distance though, still a little strong. Keep on the Rhino Air though, as that one is starting to make its way down towards the taxiway. And 777 just coming into view. We'll see the 737 onto the taxiway though. Now pan across, the 777 arriving in the distance. So Rhino service safely onto the taxiway. Let's have a look in the distance then at that 777 as it makes its way down towards us. There it is. A little bit better with that light in the distance now, as that one gradually makes its way down towards us. So this one will land in first then, before the departing 737. Hopefully just hold them as the A380 passes over us. That one is just west of Leicester at the minute. So as soon as the 777 touches down, we should see that one overhead, passing in a westerly direction. With a bit of luck anyway. Passing over Donington Park then at 1200 feet. The Aerologic 777 in from Cincinnati with a flight time of 6 hours and 47 minutes by the time it touches down. 151 knots as it continues descending towards us. There it is, safely arriving into East Midlands. Whoops, that's a Rhino Air. Looking out for that A380, it looks like that one has escaped us unfortunately, riding right into the sun. Still quite high though, it's 17,000 feet. May just be able to see it ahead of that Rhino Air. Let's catch it very quickly if we can. There it is, just a sneak glimpse as it makes its way into Manchester. Right in the back of the cloud there in front of us. Finally ready to depart then, that service off to Malaga. About an hour's delay to the service this evening. Finally making its way out. off it goes, just rotating there behind the trees. Let's check in on the Aerologic 777 on the ground then. The last of that cargo making its way on board, and just a short hop to the start of 09 this evening for that one. Once it does start to push back, crew there looking very eager to get away this evening. And that next 777 making its way down towards us now. Let that one get a little bit closer before we pan across to it. Let's have a pan around them and catch this one as it taxis past us. There it goes. And thank you very much as well to everybody who's subscribed this evening. Passing 4,000 subscribers. So thank you very much indeed for everybody who's joined this evening and who's made that possible over the last few days, weeks and months as well. Thank you as well to our members. Continue to help us build the channel here at East Midlands. The RVL landing in. A little bit brown there on those flaps. A bit of oil residue or something maybe. Now 777 though continuing its taxi in onto its stand. There we go, finally arriving in then this evening. Tim, thank you very much. It's definitely looking a little more scenic now that the sun's being blocked by those clouds. Let's have a look at the next arrival then. That service from Vraslav this evening. It is making its way down towards us through 600 feet now. Keeping that flare going as it continues its landing into East Midlands. The RVL in the distance then. There it is. Arriving in from the Isle of Man this evening. That one will be making its way over to its stand, just at the rear of the DHL facilities in front of us. No Spitfire tonight, unfortunately. Been a while since we've seen that one. I think the last time we managed to see the Spitfire was on the 60th anniversary weekend of the airport. Again, that one landing in onto 09 in front of us. Steadily making its way down towards its stand for the evening then. See if anybody is ready to receive that aircraft. Nobody just yet. So they have a little way out there. So both Aerologic 777s on stand next to one another. The service out to Leipzig, that one is all closed now, so it should be making its way off the apron, hopefully in the next few minutes. And then down to the start of 09, ready to take off right in front of us this evening. With the first heavy to take off in front of us. Hopefully in just over an hour and a half's time. That 747 will be making exactly the same trip past us. Let's have a look at where we are in terms of departure time for that 747. Still showing as 22:09 this evening as an estimated departure time. Let's have a look round on the 777 in from Cincinnati. Crew already getting to work on that one. Oh, sorry, that is the outbound service, I think. To Leipzig. There we go. So maybe still a little more work to complete then on that outbound service this evening. Yeah, mistaken that. Ready to see the crew off of that service then, in from Cincinnati. Ground crew getting into place there, forward steer. In place and just waiting for that forward door to open up. due service, making its way up towards us then, just making its way north of Heathrow now, about 25 minutes out. That one is making its way in from Palma, already starting its descent in towards East Midlands, passing down through 26,300 feet. Not long left for that one to run then this evening. Flight time just over 2 hours, about 2 hours and 6 minutes by the time it reaches us. And about an hour and a half left of this evening's stream here at East Midlands, hopefully finishing with the departure of that 747. The crew there then making their way off of the Cincinnati, or aircraft in from Cincinnati, should I say, sorry. The Logic 777 next to it. Hopefully not a lot more cargo to go on that one this evening. Still looks like a fair bit turning up though. Let's check on the estimated departure time for that one. So that one originally with a departure time of 6:45, pushing back till about 7:25 this evening. So next 13 minutes or so, that one should hopefully be ready to start pushing back and making its way out. Hopefully no delays on the 747 though. That one still with an estimated departure time of 20 to 9 this evening. Definitely a little bit better now that heat has subsided. Still not a lot of breeze, very still evening. It's going to be quite warm as well for the rest of this evening. Cloud over to the west though, giving us some a bit of shade. Definitely helping to disperse that heat. So maybe the last a lot of cargo to make its way on board then this evening. Looks quite full inside that aircraft now, so presumably not a lot of space left on board. So have a little look around the perimeter of that aircraft. Nothing much to the rear, to the sides. So with a bit of luck, that one will stay on schedule, or its revised schedule at least. And good evening to everybody joining us in the chat as well. Good to have you with us. Thank you very much for joining us from East Midlands this evening. Everybody watching as well, thank you very much for supporting the channel. If you're new to joining us, do consider subscribing. We're here at least twice a week streaming from East Midlands Airport in the grounds of the Aeropark Museum. Aeropark on their summer schedule, open this Thursday, Saturday and Sunday. If you want any information, there is a link in the stream description below. Take you directly to the website, give you all the information you need about how to find them. mission prices and times as well. Thank you for being with us. Streaming for about the next hour and a half. So long as the 747 keeps on schedule. Let's have a look at some of those next arrivals there. 777 in front of us there, waiting to depart out this evening, hopefully receiving the last of its cargo there. The Palma service, operated by TUI, is about 18 minutes out now, passing down through 15,000 feet. That one is at 400 knots. Making its way over Northampton in towards East Midlands. May see that one approach from the south. So with the sun setting a little behind us now, making it a little bit easier to see all those aircraft approaching from the south. So look over on the apron then as we wait for that 777 to finish loading this evening. There you go, those passengers making their way off of that aircraft. Seven making its way over from Leipzig. Will be with us in about 50 minutes. That one is at 38,000 feet. Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Papa is the registration on that one. 432 knots. That one is currently cruising at. Just about to leave German airspace. Head over into the Netherlands. That one looks like it's going to route a little further up this evening, over towards Norwich and then in towards East Midlands. The aircraft in front of us then operating back out to Wrocław this evening. Estimated departure on that one 7:35. Next 20 minutes or so then that one will make its way out. Last of those passengers disembarking there. It's like the 19 team are back on the runway again this evening. Very quiet for overhead traffic as well at the minute. Nothing much passing over. That Palma service though quickly approaching Leicester. That one is about 10 minutes out. That one will make a left-hand turn anytime soon, making its way over towards Ashby de la Zouch, then over towards Burton-on-Trent before making a right-hand turn onto final approach for runway 09 this evening here at East Midlands. Let's have a look over at the 777 then. Looks like loading has completed. There we go, the upper cargo door now closed. And the crew ready to close that forward door there. Hopefully, anyway. This one is a little behind schedule this evening. Look at the final bits of paperwork making their way off of that aircraft. Maybe back on board. There it is. Closing that forward door then. There we go, everything closed, ready to depart then this evening. The Logic 777 in front of us then departing back out to Leipzig. That one arriving into East Midlands from Delhi a little earlier on. And that due service making its way just west of Leicester now, passing down through 7,500 feet, 288 knots is its current speed. Waiting for that forward stair to be moved out of the way then, ready for that 777 to commence its pushback, start its taxi down towards the beginning of 09. Just a short hop across to 09 for that aircraft this evening. Hopefully quite a scenic takeoff as well, as that sun continues to set over to the west. Registration on the inbound Palma service then, Golf Tango Uniform Mike Foxtrot. This one a 737 MAX, 6 years of age, 2019. This one first entered into service. Just south of the airfield. If we can pick it up. Maybe a little bit obscured by the sun. Just take itself out a little bit. There we go, right in front of us. So let's try and track this one if we can, making its way down in towards us then. So not very bad at all with that sun now. So there it is, just south of Ashby de la Zouch, passing down through 4,300 feet. 265 knots is its current speed. That one is going to continue on towards Swadlincote and then Burton-on-Trent before making its way up towards the north of Burton-on-Trent. And I'm making a right-hand turn onto final for runway 09, landing in straight in front of us in about 4 minutes' time. Flight time this evening just shy of 2 hours. There he goes, making the first of those turns just east of Burton-on-Trent. And the 777 starting to push over its stand. That one pushing back, turning towards the west. (737) north of Burton-on-Trent now at 3,400 feet. Making its turn towards its final turn onto the approach 409. Let's lose a little bit more of that light. Watch this one down. So a few turns then as it straightens up on the approach. The landing gear still to extend. There goes then that landing gear extending. As that aircraft begins to commit. Continues its descent in towards us this evening. The Airlogic 777 just at the rear of the apron, engine starting up on that one. You'll watch the Palma service in first though, and have a bit of a closer look at the 777 once this one lands in. (1,300 feet then at 150 knots. Very smooth descent in towards East Midlands. Not a lot of wind at all this evening. There it goes then, just passing the end of Donington Park and across the threshold for the airfield. Service safely landing in and from Palma this evening. Just as that one touches down, the 777 is making its way out. Pointing straight at us this evening as it starts its taxi towards runway 09. Try and get a close-up view of the flight deck as this one enters onto the runway. Just a couple of minutes. Holding short then, ready to make its way onto 09. The Aerologic 777 making its way back over to Leipzig this evening. There we go then, lined up, ready and waiting for that takeoff clearance. There it goes, thundering down runway 09. Still a little bit left to go before it rotates, but safely making its way from East Midlands this evening then, the Aerologic 777 off to Leipzig. So from one 777 to the next, this one in from Cincinnati just a little while ago. Continuing to unload this evening, Chewy in from Palma, making its way onto the rear of the stands over there on the apron. Let's have a quick look at that one just before we have a little closer look at the 777. There we go. It's got that forward stair in place, ready for those first passengers to disembark. 777 continuing on its runway heading. If it does turn down towards the south, we'll try and pick that one up, but it may well be straight out departure for that one, maintaining runway heading for as long as it possibly can. That next 777 then is about 40 minutes out, just leaving the coast of the Netherlands, making its way over towards Southend-on-Sea at the minute. Yeah, 777 just departing, turning down towards the south. That one is north of Loughborough at the minute. So a little look further up, see if we can see that one. It's somewhere out there. There it is, just a little higher. There you go then, and continuing that turn towards the south. Catching that sunlight as it continues to climb away. Just about to see the flight deck there. (5,600 feet on that one then. southeast of the airfield now. That one just skirting around the north of Leicester down towards the west of Leicester. Making its way up through 8,500 feet, 281 knots there as it continues to climb away. And there we go, passing through 10,000 feet as it makes its way down to Hinckley now. See how well the visibility is this evening down towards the south. A lot more forgiving now the sun has started to set. 777 still catching the last, well, majority should I say, of that sunlight though. Glowing there as it continues to climb away. And there it goes then, passing through 13,500 feet, heading straight down towards the south. There it disappears. 777 there, disappearing about 14,500 feet. So look on the aerologic on the ground then this evening. Let's get a little bit more light in to that image if we can. Back in focus as well, there we go. That cargo continuing to make its way off of that aircraft. Let's have a look for those next inbounds then. Rhino Air service from Dublin making its way towards us. That one departed about 10 minutes ago with about 25 minutes left to run, just making its way over to Anglesey at the minute, heading over North Wales and then into East Midlands. 777 from Leipzig. That's the DHL livery 777 at 38,000 feet with about 30 minutes left to run as well. The Rhino Air service in from Faro. That one has about 40 minutes left to run this evening, just about to make its way past Cherbourg and then directly up towards East Midlands. And the West Atlantic service making its way down from Aberdeen. That one with about 35 minutes also this evening left to run. That one is at 23,000 feet currently. Registration Golf Charlie Kilo Uniform Zulu. So 4 aircraft making their way in towards us then. You may just miss the service in from Reykjavik. That one is about an hour and a half away from us at the minute. The UPS service though in from Philadelphia with about 55 minutes left to run. So that one may make it in just before the 747 departs this evening. And the service back out to Vraslav. That one has started to push off stand. There it is in the distance. Sierra Papa Romeo Kilo Tango is the registration on this one, 737-800. That one is 7 years of age, October 2017 that one first entered into service. Pan a little further around then, as that one continues to push right to the very back of the apron there. That one should start up and then start making its way down towards us, as long as it maintains its current slot just to the left. That service from Palma continuing to disembark, all the baggage being removed from the aircraft as well now. So within the hour then, that 747 should hopefully be making its way down towards us here at East Midlands, departing out to Hangzhou in China. More power plugged in there, hopefully keep us going for the next hour. Not a lot of overhead traffic either at the minute. Quite peaceful above. Bit more of a noise on the ground now here at East Midlands. A bit busier. Majority of that noise coming from the main passenger apron though. That Rhino Air off to Wrocław. Both engines started up now, those anti-collision lights pinging away. So it should be quite a continuous, steady stream of arrivals in the next 30 minutes. All four aircraft approaching East Midlands now from the north, east, south and west. Hopefully that Rhino Air will be commencing its taxi very shortly. Definitely sounds ready to make a move in the distance. There you go. Throttle up there as it makes its way off of the apron down towards the taxiway. Sophie, good evening to you. There you go, looking a little bit more Like I hoped it would this evening. A little bit more scenic now that the sun has finally started to make its way down behind us. Continuing its taxi then down to the start of 09. The Rhino Air service to Wrocław this evening. Registration again, Sierra Papa Romeo Kilo Tango, 737-800. This one is 7 years of age. 7.5 years of age actually, October 2017. First entered into service. Oops, keep up with it. Just reading something now on this aircraft. I think this one is its 7th flight today. Quite a busy aircraft. Starting off in Antalya this morning, going to Wrocław. Wrocław over to Shannon. Shannon back to Wrocław, and Wrocław to Paris, Paris to Wrocław, and then making its way from Wrocław into Nottingham, and then finally making its way back out again this evening over to Wrocław. Starting out this morning at 35 minutes past 12. End its service this evening just before 11 PM this evening. It's about 23 hours in total this aircraft has been in service today. Straighten up there before it commences its takeoff roll, but there it goes. It goes, commencing its journey from East Midlands this evening back over to Wrocław. Next arrival in from Dublin then is about 15 minutes out. Registration on the arriving aircraft from Dublin, Echo India Echo Kilo Delta. That one again, 737-800, 15 years of age. 778 continuing to unload. Not a lot of movement on that end stand there. Service in from Dubai earlier this afternoon. Let's have a look at the 767. This one is off to Cincinnati just before 9 p.m. this evening. It's another couple of hours before this one departs. Looks like the flight deck window is open now. Let's have a closer look if we can. There you go. Get a bit of airflow through that flight deck. So that one has been pointing in a westerly direction ever since we've been here, so it must be stiflingly hot on board that flight deck. With the ground crew there, ready to start loading up. And the wind is all but disappeared now. Nothing at all. So let's have a look at those next inbounds. The Rhino Air in from Dublin, about 15 minutes out. The West Atlantic making its way down from Aberdeen. That one is about 24 minutes or so away from us. 777 in from Leipzig. That one is making its way up from the south, just north of London now. Making its way over towards Luton, passing down through 27,000 feet. 385 knots is its current speed. About 25 minutes out on that service. And the Rhino Air in from Faro, about 30 minutes out, cruising at 30,000 feet, making its way up towards Palma at the minute. 423 knots is the current speed on that one. So about 10 or 15 minutes to wait until that next aircraft arrives in with us. Let's double check on the departures for this evening, hoping the 747 hasn't changed. Doesn't look like it. Golf Oscar November Echo Foxtrot is the departing 747 off to Hangzhou this evening. That one making its way into East Midlands from Astana yesterday. Like it's had a bit of a break in flights. Well, that's been around quite a lot over the last week. 7th of August, Dubai to Hangzhou, Hangzhou to Astana, and then Astana into Nottingham. Just one flight on the 10th over to China, and then back again yesterday. And then back out again this evening. So that sun starting to set very fast in the distance now, making everything glow a little bit orange in the distance. Really makes the DHL livery shine though. Let's have a look around on the main apron in the distance. That Chewy on the very end stand. Well, the cowling's open on the engine there. Let's try and get that a bit more focused. There we go. Bit of heat haze still with us, radiating from the runway. But we should be here for the next 45 minutes or so this evening, hopefully ending with a departure of that 747 as it makes its way out of East Midlands. That next arrival though is just, where has it gone to? There it is, just south of Stoke-on-Trent, making its way down through 9,300 feet. That one is heading straight for us now from the west. Still very light on the overheads this evening. Not a lot of traffic passing by us at all. 777 then is about 20 minutes out. That one is passing north of Luton now, making its way down through 22,000 feet. Again, that one will route up towards Northampton and towards Leicester before making its way across towards Ashby-de-la-Zouch and across to Burton-on-Trent before making that right-hand turn onto Final. We should be able to catch that one on approach towards the airfield this evening from the south. So that one should stand out quite a bit, more than the Chewy did a little earlier. ATR back with us on stand then over there. West Atlantic ATR. It's the wind turbine still turning this evening. And there's not a lot of wind where we are at the minute. Let's have a look on the progress of that 767 then. There you go, ground crew continuing to load up this evening. Making its way down through 6,000 feet then, just north of Burton-on-Trent now. That Rhino Air service in from Dublin. Hopefully we're good for the next 40 minutes or so. With a bit of luck anyway. Yeah, should be alright for that. Temperature quite pleasant now. A little bit too warm earlier. Just testing the equipment a little bit as well with the heat, but everything seems to have calmed down. There's the few ants that have congregated. I'll keep an eye out for that service from Dublin then. Should be heading straight down towards us now at 4,000 feet. Quick look over at the 777. There's everything turning a bit orange over there now. Let's have a look where that Rhino is then. Making its way down through 4,000 feet. About 3 minutes out. This 767 in front of us, sounds like the APU on that one is starting up. So let's see if anybody's on the flight deck yet. Yeah, there we go. Getting ready then to make their way out this evening. See the heat being kicked out by that APU there. So nothing on Rhino Air just yet. That one is getting closer and closer to us though. The Vulcan Air, operated by the National Police Air Service, that one is starting up. No movement on it just yet though, maybe making its way out to us in a little while. The landing lights for the Dublin service just coming on now. Let's have a look then if we can. It's out there somewhere. Maybe a little lower. Maybe a little bit too difficult to spot on the camera just yet. Ah, there it is. Landing gear still waiting to come down then. Looking very nice indeed now this evening. And there it goes at landing gear. Extending. Making its way down through 1,500 feet. 777 is making its way towards the south of Leicester as well. We should be able to pick that one up very soon. The cloud very light above us now, just a few scattered clouds. Vulcan Air is indeed making its way out. We'll stick with the Rhino though. Watch this one in. Flight time from Dublin then, about 34 minutes by the time it touches down. Firmly touching down into East Midlands. Vulcan Air then over there on taxiway, ready to make its way out. Tyre smoke there from that 737, just dispersing. Vulcan Air heading out on operation this evening. Should be up quite quickly. And then in the next couple of minutes, that 777 should be becoming visible from the south. The West Atlantic in from Aberdeen is about 15 minutes out. And so is that Rhino Air service from Faro. There it goes, making its way off behind the trees there. Right, 777. Right in the distance now. is very faint. Let's get a little bit closer. So assuming we're going to see the 777 make its way in first. That one is coming up to Ashby de la Zouche, passing through 5,300 feet. Looking at making its way off to the south as well. And that Rhino 737 is making its way back up towards us. Triple seven with a flight time just shy of an hour and 30 minutes then by the time it arrives in with us. Keep tracking this one for as long as we can. And we should hopefully be able to watch this one down onto the approach, closely followed by that 737 in from Aberdeen. Still no time change on the 747. That one should be out in the next 35 minutes or so. Sky turning a very pale pink colour in the distance. So the 777 over Swaddling Coat at the minute, making its way over towards Burton-on-Trent, just east of Burton-on-Trent at the minute. Should start initiating that turn anytime soon. The first of two turns as it makes its way up to the north of Burton-on-Trent, and then makes a second right-hand turn down onto the approach for runway 09. There it goes, that's the first of the turns. 3,300 feet is its current altitude, 200 knots. Goes continuing that turn all the way on to the approach until it's lined up. West Atlantic just north of Derby, and the Rhino from Faro is just south of Leicester now. Aircraft just passing behind the 777 is the KLM into Birmingham this evening, and Embraer 190. There it goes, landing gear fully extended. And making its way down through 2,000 feet. West Atlantic should be the next aircraft to make its way towards us. That one is just north of Derby, 5,800 feet. I'm on the 737. Yeah, looks like it's initiating a right hand turn, tracking back towards us. And the Rhino Air north of Leicester now, down through 10,600 feet. That one is about 10 minutes out. Should be the second to land after the 777. UPS service from Philadelphia is over North Wales at 31,000 feet. That one is 30 minutes out, and the Maersk making its way over from Belfast at 27,000 feet. That one is about 25 minutes out. 777 in front of those though, next to land in. Making its way from Leipzig this evening, Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Papa is a registration 777 freighter. This one is 5 years of age, entering into service in July 2020. 1,270 people tracking this one currently. Third most tracked aircraft at the minute. There it goes, let's get a little bit more light in then. Illuminate that aircraft as it continues descending in towards us. Smoothly touching down into East Midlands. 777 making its way over from Leipzig this evening. The West Atlantic is making its way down towards the north of Burton-on-Trent then. That one will make a left-hand turn towards us. Not too sure if we'll be able to see that one just above where we are this evening in the aeropark. I'll keep an eye out though over to the west. Well, let's have a look on the stanza in the distance just for the time being, till that next aircraft arrives in with us. The Rhino Air in from Dublin then. Those passengers making their way off now. The airframe is off to Valencia this evening. 8:45 is the estimated departure time for that flight. About an hour and 15 minutes behind schedule. Triple 7 vacating the runway and making its way back up towards us on the taxiway. The West Atlantic is over Burton-on-Trent then. Might just be able to see that one turn in. A little bit further up, there we go. A little bit too ambitious there. There we go. Making its way out at left-hand turn then, at landing gear yet to extend. Flight time from Aberdeen, about 50 minutes this evening. Registration on the inbound aircraft. Golf Charlie Kilo Uniform Zulu. And this one is 31 years old, February 1994. This one first entered into service. 10th most tracked aircraft at the minute. Just under 880 people watching this one into East Midlands. It is fully illuminated, making its way down towards us. And that Rhino in from Faro, south of the airfield at the minute. No visual on that one just yet. It's a little bit further out over Ashby de la Zouche. Once that one turns onto final low, we should be able to pick that one up and track it all the way down towards us. Triple 7 making its way back up. We will pick up with that one once the 737 in front of us lands in. The UPS 767 is making its way down towards crew. 18 minutes out, passing down through 18,500 feet. And the West Atlantic should land in just in time. It's passed by the 777 as it vacates off with the taxiway onto the apron. There's the Rhino Air in the distance. A smooth but bit of a wobbler touchdown on the West Atlantic there. The 777 then in front of us now, that one continuing its taxi right to the very end of the taxiway. Now we'll get a close up of the Rhino as he gets a little bit closer towards us. The West Atlantic will be making its way back up towards us, heading on to the stand next to the RVL caravan that made its way in from the Isle of Man earlier this evening. There it goes, safely vacating off of the taxiway onto the apron. Let's pick up with a Rhino then. That one is finally making its way down towards us. And is just in time for that landing gear to extend. Lock locking into place there and continuing its approach down in towards East Midlands this evening. Flight time from Faro, 2 hours and 22 minutes by the time it touches down. Registration on this one again, 9 Hotel Victor Uniform November. Passing down through 1,100 feet at 150 knots. This one is 4 years of age, almost 4 years of age. October 2021. It's first entered into service with Rhino Air. There we go, then passing the runway threshold. Safely touching down into East Midlands. The West Atlantic then making its way up on the taxiway. We'll keep an eye out for that next arrival. Should be with us any time soon. It is indeed just over Utoxeter, passing down through 7,700 feet. And the Maersk isn't too far behind either. And good evening to everybody in the chat as well. Good to have you with us. Oops, a little too ambitious there. Yes, a bit smoother. Making that left-hand turn then onto the apron. And it should be making its way all the way down to the very rear of the apron there. Oops. There we go, final bit of adjustment. So not long left for this evening's stream and hopefully ending with the departure of the 747. Just check. Still showing as on schedule for departure here in the next 16 minutes. Nothing pinging up on the radar just yet though. We should have just enough power to keep us going for a little bit longer this evening. Very slowly making its way onto stand then, the West Atlantic in from Aberdeen. The Ariel caravan just tucked away there. Next the 757 and the 737 just arriving onto stand. And next arrival then is on final approach into East Midlands, the UPS 767 from Philadelphia this evening. Registration on this one, November 357 uniform Papa, passing down through 2,600 feet. See if we can find that one in the distance. There it is. Landing lights just turning on. Landing gear not yet extended. Flight time over from Philadelphia by the time it touches down here at East Midlands. About 6 hours and 30 minutes. Making its way down towards us at 163 knots. And the Maersk 767 about to join it on final as well. That may just come into view. It's just initiating its final turn onto the approach. Let's see if we can pan a little bit to the right. There we go. Both aircraft then on final approach into East Midlands this evening. The Maersk in from Belfast. 4,000 feet at the minute, 36 years of age on that airframe, 1989 that one first entered into service, and on the UPS that one 12 years of age, 2013 that one first entered into service with UPS. There you go, two aircraft both making their way down on final approach then here at East Midlands this evening. The One Air 747 starting up in the distance, right on time. So let's see if we can catch the landing gear of the Maersk extend. Maybe a bit of a long shot as that UPS is just reaching Donington Park now. Don't think we're going to fit both of them in the same shot. So we'll stick with the UPS then, get this one in full frame as it touches down right in front of us this evening. 6.5 hours then the flight time on the UPS in from Philadelphia. And then we shall pan around straight back onto that Maersk in from Belfast. That one landing with a bit of a thud there. Let's have a look then at the Maersk as that one makes its way down towards us. Landing gear fully extended. I think just before this one makes its way in, short switch over microphone before this one dies. Hopefully that one is back online now. Keep us going for the next short while anyway. just the 747 left to depart this evening. Go with that last little bit of power. Unplug that one. Just in time to catch this one arriving in then. Flight time on the Maersk 38 minutes as it arrives in from Belfast this evening. And the 747 in the distance, pushing off of its stand. That one should be making its way down towards us hopefully in the next 5 or 10 minutes. Definitely hoping that. Batteries don't run in. And there it is then, landing into East Midlands, the Maersk 767. Let's have a look at so there's aircraft just for the next couple of minutes then. Quick look over on the apron as well. A lot of people out to see this 747 this evening. There it is, approaching in the distance. Just a little way to go then until this one reaches us, sorry. Speaking for a long time this afternoon. And this one will be the final departing aircraft on this evening's stream. So quite a lengthy flight time ahead of this one. About 14.5 hours. Due to restrictions in place over the Middle East, I think. So let's see where this one turns on. Nothing on the approach. It should be straightforward. Let's see if they have to wait for a few minutes. Every time we've seen them depart on 2.7 of the past few weeks, we've sat there for a good 5 minutes waiting to depart. It goes, the one at 747 there, quite literally thundering down the runway here at East Midlands, making its way off to Hangzhou this evening in China. So just some of the 777s over there. Well, that one departs. We'll try and get that one out. Its climb out if we can. Just have a quick look over there though. Anything else is departing out this evening. 767 there off to Cincinnati. A little while longer for that one though this evening. Still continuing its climb out from East Midlands. Just under 800 people tracking that one out this evening. As long as it starts a turn down towards the south, we should catch it on a very similar trajectory to the Aerologic 777 that we saw departing out to Leipzig earlier this evening. Is indeed initiating that right hand turn. And there it goes. Let's have one final look then at the 747 as it climbs away from East Midlands this evening. Making its way through 4,000 feet there at 198 knots. A bit less of a flight time. That route must have changed over the past week then. 11 hours and 40 minutes. So managing to knock a couple of hours off of that schedule. There it goes, continuing its climb then, making its way down to the north of Leicester now, just past Mount Sorrel there. Still see that beacon pinging away there. And up through 5,500 feet. A bit more of a steeper ascent. Just under 1,400 people, just over, sorry, 1,400 people tracking that one. Goes, making its way northwest of Leicester. It should start to initiate a left-hand turn anytime soon. There it goes, it's starting to initiate that left-hand turn. Off it goes then, making its way down towards Birmingham now. The 1S747 departing East Midlands this evening, leaving that one as it passes through 10,000 feet. There it goes. So thank you very much indeed for joining us again this evening from East Midlands Air Park, streaming all the action down here at East Midlands. I'll put details up of the next stream, but thank you very much for joining us this evening. Thank you for helping us pass 4,000 subscribers as well. I'd like to keep continuing to grow the channel, hoping to do that over the next few weeks and months down here at East Midlands. So thank you for joining us once again. To everybody who's joined us for the first time this evening and subscribed, it's been great to have you with us, and to our returning subscribers and members as well, thank you very much for your continued support. We'll be out again very soon, and we'll put those next details up, but for the time being, I've been Tom, this has been a Life Flight Action. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you on the next one.